Afternoon, members. I call Committee of the Whole on Bill 22, Safe Access to Schools Act to order. We are on Clause 1. Recognizing the member from Coquitlam-Mayardville.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We were on Clause 1 on Thursday and asked a lot of questions about the framework for decision-making around this safe zones for students, Safe Access to Schools Act, and had a number of questions, both the member from Langara, Vancouver-Langara, and myself, around the language of and the principles behind why schools, why not other institutions where children are present. In particular, had asked questions about early learning centers. And one of the questions that I did have around that was, and I'm thinking in my community, there's the school on the property, and there is a series of portables just at the edge of the property that is privately owned, privately run early learning programs, and want to understand if their programs, if they would be afforded a similar safety, given that they are not technically at all part of the school in any shape or form.
Minister.
Thank you. So the way that the you test application is, first of all, is it an educational authority that's running the program? Is it on school grounds? And then with that, it would be a 20-meter access zone. So it sounds like the example that the member gives would be included in that access zone, and it has behaviors that are prohibited and time periods that would be prohibited within the act. So it sounds like that would apply to the example provided.
Member.
Thank you. So I have another example, but slightly different. So this is an independent school, and they have another building at the edge of their property, and they rent it out for community access. And a community group runs, a variety of programs. Some of it may or may not include children. Would that also apply? I mean, is it really about the programs, or is it about the land? I'm just trying to understand how the distinction is made between what gets covered and what doesn't.
Minister.
Okay, so to understand why that would be included in the access zone, what the member provides, I will explain how it's applied. So if an access zone under regulation is triggered, it's the parcel of school land plus 20 meters around that area. And once that is enacted, it's kind of indifferent of whether or not it's kids or adults that are in that. There's that prohibition against behavior that is described in the Act, included in that. Now, it also provides in there for extracurricular activities. So that can occur on times outside of a school area, and then that access zone would be in place. So for example, if that school authority is doing extracurricular activities with the students on a Saturday, somewhere on that school ground where the access zone is, then that is protected. So if there is a building on a parcel that's, as the member describes, in that access zone, it's protected from those prohibitions of behavior the same way as everything else in that area.
Member.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding correctly, if a child is going to a program in a community center that is not on a school ground, that child doesn't get the same protections against harassment and intimidation as a child who might participate in a community activity in a building that happens to be located on school grounds. Am I understanding that correctly?
Attorney General.
Okay, thank you. So the question, I think, is answered by understanding the correct tool for the correct response, not that one child is in need of protection over another. All children in all areas are in need of protection. This is the Safe School Act, and I remember we talked about it last time, about the balancing of constitutional rights compared to certainty, and how you can design a tool that restricts political expression in an area because of a very clear objective. Now, kids during school hours, we know that they're on school grounds. We know that this is a certainty in terms of hours and location. So it helps you to be able to design a tool that is temporal and geographical related to the protection of kids in that area. So you have the access zones that can be enacted during hours of school behavior or extracurricular activities related to that school, and it provides certainty for parents and society that this is an area where protests, content neutral, are not allowed because of the paramountcy of education and the certainty of the hours associated with that. And so it provides those protections. Now, the right tool for the right problem is really the question, because if you have a type of activity that changes in hours, changes in location, changes in the composition of the classes, the teachers, the kind of I guess, the temporal nature of it and isn't a steady part of our, like the education system of our daily, where we know the hours, the times, locations, it becomes impossible to design a tool related to an access zone. So although there would be other protections or other tools maybe in place for kids outside of that, I think this is really designed to make sure that our education system, including independent schools and all those, are protected from the type of conduct that we were talking about yesterday.
Member.
The attorney's sort of explanation about this tool and why this tool, but perhaps she could enlighten us by letting us know what tools exist for those other sorts of institutions where children, as she's well said, that children shouldn't have to put up with intimidation and harassment by adults, particularly in a learning environment. But we know that there are children who don't learn in formal, I'll say in perhaps traditional school settings. There are other places where children get education, whether it's religious institutions, ethnocultural institutions, and certainly on our university campuses. And perhaps she can enlighten us with what other tools are available for those children so that they can be safe in their educational environments.
Attorney General.
Okay, so I have a list here of different things. So first of all, I want to make it clear to any of those people listening that it's not in, depends on a case by case, but if you are an educational authority, whether you provide religious studies or not. If you are teaching K to 12, you may apply and be able to enable your, like, the use of the school access zone. So that's the first, that it doesn't, you know, there may be institutions, and I think I listed some last time, that are actually independent school authorities that may be offering them. So they could avail themselves of this. The other thing is that there are other legal tools that kind of can move a little bit more, not like an access zone can that's around a zone. And the first and foremost is the police that work pretty directly with community organizations. Like, I know if there are events where there's a threat or people feel like there could be a threat, the police is your kind of first line of being able to set up supports to protect people. And we've given extra support and funding for religious organizations to have better security around events. In terms of the laws that are in place, there's the criminal code, which is of course enforceable by the police, that set up standards of conduct for people that could be enforceable. There's also the Trespass Act in BC. And under the Trespass Act, Section 2, you can say if somebody is trespassing, and you notify them and they don't leave, then the police can have the powers for a warrantless arrest in that circumstance. And then there's all the protections to do with other criminal activity like harassment and things like that, that would be the first line for people if they're experiencing something.
Member.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the member taking the time to list sort of the actions that are available to take after the fact, whereas the bubble zone legislation that's been called before us is about preventing protests, preventing intimidation, preventing harassment, and everything else that she's detailed is post-harassment, post-problem. And so again, I'll come back to this because I want to again remind the Attorney General of a letter that I read into the record last week that really lists very carefully how protests on a campus has resulted in ongoing and continuous harassment and intimidation of Jewish students, for example, at UBC. It's also happening at Langara in a very significant way, and it continues. And so I will also share with the member that I've certainly had contact with police in my community around protests, and the message back around the protests, especially when there has been harassing behavior, is that we'll just move them along only to have them come back the following week to engage in the similar behavior. And behavior that continues to get more and more outrageous. And so when the police are contacted again, we are told that, well, we could press charges, but the prosecution service isn't interested, and so nothing happens. And so this has been going on now for months. And so it'd be really interesting to hear from the Attorney General, given that she recognizes and government recognizes how important it is to keep children safe from protests, from harassment that comes with protests, not saying the protest in and of itself is the problem. It's the harassment and intimidation that can often come with protest. But yet, the list that she's read out to us about what you can do in order to keep children safe in other sorts of institutions, ones that are not listed here, where we know that children, for example, regularly go to a Sunday school. We know the hours. We know that's fairly consistent, where they do religious learning. We know when community centers are offering programs for children, they typically are during the day. They're not typically at night. So we know when those programs are. But yet, they're not seen as places where you can prevent, and I'm going to focus on the word prevention, prevent harassment and intimidation. Every tool that she's listed is always in response to intimidation and harassment. And I'm wondering if there is some thought given to how you can prevent these sorts of acts of intimidation and harassment for children in other venues where there are schedules, where you can predict that they'll be there, where we know that they'll be there.
Attorney General.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm going to go into a little bit of detail here because I think it'll help explain that you need the right tool for the right place. So I think I mentioned last time that we are balancing constitutional rights here, because when you step in to provide an access zone, and it's very important that we balance the constitutional rights. So that's why this piece of legislation is content neutral. So it's not the place of government to say what type of protest and the content of the protest is allowed or not allowed, because that would be an overreach in our infringement of people's political expression. We've designed a content neutral ability to have an access zone because of the importance of education to youth between K to 12, and the importance of education, knowing that every kid is required by law to go to school from K to 12 during certain hours, and that there was a need because of examples to protect kids' access point and their ability to attend that without intimidation and the type of kind of stuff the things that we were seeing on schools. So that's the tool that when you go in and you balance those rights, as legislators, we have to be very careful when we do it, how we do it. That's why the legislation itself has a sunset clause on it, because we know that is an important part of a democracy. Now, if you would imagine setting up an access zone similar around a community center, where there might be tons of activities going on that are related to different age groups, different events, you would have to create a content neutral, again, access zone, which I think would be an overreach in some circumstances. This is just to explain how unruly of a tool it is for every circumstance. Because, for example, in Vancouver, there may be people that want to protest the closing of the Vancouver Park Board at a community center. Now, if we were going to design an access zone that said no protest, that's content neutral around that, we would be stopping their ability to do that. And I think we would infringe upon the other side of that balancing act, which is political expression being banned. So this is a tool that has to be applied very carefully and very precisely. And so when you think about the construction of this bill, it is designed exactly that way for school grounds, to protect kids in this particular way, and that includes independent authorities and religious schools that are teaching K to 12. And the reason it's able to be used that way is because we know that students are registered in a specific school. We have that information, and we know which staff are authorized to be there at all times. So it can be used as a tool to protect that. There are other tools for other situations, and I think we're always open to hearing about where they can improve more effectively on the ground. And some of the tools are my ministry, some are with the police, and some are with other ministries. But the important thing is that if there are types of behaviors that we want to prevent kids from being exposed to that are happening on another location or a school that's not easily, as I described, contained in an access zone, then the police need to know about it. We need to make sure that the right tools are in place, like the investments in security and prevention that we've given resources to, specifically $200,000 to the Jewish community. And we need to figure out other tools to design it, because this is not going to be the tool that fits every circumstance to prevent harm, as we all want to do.
Member.
Thank you. So I appreciate that. And again, I just want to come back to tools that prevent and tools that respond. And so this is a tool that prevents harm, and it's good. It's a good tool. So I think it needs to be recognized. But we also don't, and I haven't heard a list of a tool that prevents harm in other situations. So I am thinking, for example, at my library in Coquitlam a couple of years ago, there was a drag story time, and the protest that was there was vitriolic and nasty and horrifying and harmful to children. And it was a program designed for children. And the response of the community, and I was there, we had hundreds of people show up as a counter-protest. But the intent of the counter-protest was not to change anyone's minds. It was to block the visuals, to block the sounds of hate and vitriol that were frankly disgusting, that were aimed towards children. So the community came out to protect these children. And it was a successful event. And we protected those children from listening to the hate and to the vitriol. We had men, very large men dressed up in full drag with boom boxes and boas and big signs and umbrellas and visually created a barrier so those children didn't have to listen to that kind of hate. We know that it's happening elsewhere. Different content. This isn't about content. This is about protecting children from hate and vitriol. And right now, from what I've heard from the Attorney General, is that there are no other tools. It's all about, well, police have to be there. Police have to witness something. Police have to, make the decision if something's out of hand. But if there's no community to physically create their own safe access, because that's frankly what we did in this counter-protest, was we took up the space to allow children safe access. So all they heard was lots of music, lots of colors, lots of rainbows, happy people dancing in the streets, and they didn't have to listen to the vitriol. And so what is the Attorney General's perspective, or what is she thinking might be the answer outside of schools where children participate in programs that aren't structured in the same sort of way, but the community doesn't have the same kind of energy to show up week after week after week in order to protect children from being harassed or intimidated by hateful rhetoric. Thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Chair. So the member's question has prompted a big discussion over here of the many things that are available to people. And really the question is rooted in what is a deterrent. So I'll start by saying some of the things that we have invested in as a government, and this is broad messaging, not related to the bill, but how do you deter people from spreading hate, which I think is the question about prevention. So there's a wide range of things that I think would answer that question that are pretty broadly beyond the scope of this legislation or the bill before the House. But one is educational programs, clear knowledge and training of police, which we're investing in so they understand what it looks like and how to prevent hate crimes, because they are in a lot of ways the first line of defense or protection for community members in public. K-12 educational programs on anti-racism that we're investing in as a government, making sure that things like our hate crime policy for the BC Prosecution Service is updated to keep up with clear messaging and work on how you charge hate crimes. I could go on with a list of ways that we prevent hate in this province. This bill was specifically designed for content-neutral protection of children in the K-12 system because of what we were seeing in communities.
Recognizing the member from Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the Attorney General's response to my colleague, the member for Coquitlam and Millarville. And there's a lot to discuss on this bill, and we've had a fair degree of discussion about Clause 1. And Madam Chair, as we referred to previously on committee, it does also relate to Clause 2. And so we're talking about the scope of the bill. Myself and the member from Coquitlam Millarville has had a number of occasions, and I appreciate the Attorney General's patience to address the ways that this bill could be considered to be expanded. We do have some amendments to refine the bill in this manner. But before, I just want to make another series of comments through you, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General in terms of another area of consideration so that she appreciates the background and what some of us have been looking at for this bill. So we've talked quite a bit at this point about ethnocultural community spaces and faith-based community spaces, including religious places of worship, where there are educational activities for children and youth occurring. We also know, of course, in the last number of years, we've seen this in various times. They've been the subject matter of discussion in the House, and they've caused their own dynamic discussions and debates as well. But we know, of course, as we continue to see the importance of supply chain certainty, that infrastructure throughout our province, transportation-wise, utility-wise, dams, electric transmission system, railway, gas utilities, again, hydroelectric dams and other areas that we've seen other provinces consider legislation that when we're talking about areas of protest which are disruptive and areas that have been the subject matter of disruptive protests which are of concern to British Columbians, apart from just children and youth, apart from people who might be certainly very vulnerable to that sort of protest at a school or at a church or at a educational facility beyond just a K-12 facility, that there's consideration around these types of critical essential infrastructure, including ferries, highways, and terminals, and so and other transportation networks. Certainly, I've seen that as a former transportation infrastructure critic back in the day when we were going into the pandemic, and we've seen the importance of maintaining supports for those systems so that we don't have disruptive protests as well at these very important pinch points where people are trying to get to work, people are trying to get their product to market, We're trying to get supply, including healthcare, medicines, and other supplies that are important for human life, for our hospitals, for our frontline workers, whether it's PPE or otherwise in the face of a health pandemic. But these are important examples of the kind of protections that we need around essential infrastructure. So I ask through you, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General, as we discussed in the first part of this committee time, this is the Attorney General of the province that is introducing this bill, not the Minister of Education. This is not just a Schools Act bill. Certainly that's not the way I've seen that in the official opposition. That I would like to ask through you to Madam Chair, to the Attorney General, has the government considered the necessity and the need to protect critical and essential infrastructure of our province against disruptive protests?
Attorney General.
Thanks. So I just want to start by bringing it back again to the bill and the scope of the bill. So the scope of the bill is very specifically designed for protecting kids in their educational activities. So on school grounds, and I think I've talked at length already about the specific provisions throughout this bill that situate it very much in that context. And the reason behind that is the rise that we had seen on really disruptive conduct preventing access to kids in their school. Now, it is not to say, and I think we had a few members raise this, that there are no other areas of concern related to infrastructure or other things or other legal tools related to protecting infrastructure. I think we've successfully used injunctions, for example, for preventing protest behavior that blocks infrastructure. So those are all, important things for government to figure out legal tools to protect and safeguard, but this is very specifically related to K-12 kids on school grounds.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the Attorney General, of course, as the Chief Legal Officer for the province, has a deep understanding of the other tools and what's needed in the face of disruptive protests of essential infrastructure in our province. And so there are definitely tools, as the Attorney General just referred to. The way I understand this Bill 22, Madam Chair, though, we're talking about safe access, and of course it does go on to the Schools Act, So we've been having that discussion, certainly. I think the point that the member from Coquitlam Larville and myself have been making to date has been the need to expand the bill to address ethnocultural community spaces and faith-based community spaces. We are still in the definition section of this bill, but as we deal with Clause 2, which actually defines access protected areas, that if we were to consider with government the necessary, in our view, expansion of the bill to cover, for example, ethnocultural and faith-based community spaces where there are educational programs, extracurricular activities, where there's a concern for a person's physical or mental safety. On those types of spaces, which we've already been having a discussion, I'm also just bringing on another area where I believe the government ought to consider expansion of the scope of this bill. The Attorney General has responded in terms of the existing tools. I would just say this, the Act itself is a very important signal. I mean, we've talked about on second reading and even on the committee debate that there are existing provisions of the School Act itself that address disruption and safety in schools. And so there are existing provisions. There are existing tools under the School Act. I think we've heard from the Minister and the Attorney General that this will strengthen the tools to deal with K-12 spaces. We say, well, understand the concern, but it should be expanded because there are other concerns that are going on in our communities and society today. So in that vein, recognizing that it's important to give a signal to those protesters to be lawful, to express their freedom of expression in a lawful way, in a respectful way, not in a disruptive way, certainly to vulnerable children and families and others, that we also need as a public purpose for the public interest, we also need to protect our essential infrastructure. And that's the reason why I'm urging the government to consider. I think the Attorney General has also referred to, in response, the other tools. Does that mean, through you, Madam Chair, to the Attorney General, that she is satisfied that the existing mechanisms through which to deal with disruptive protests around essential infrastructure, transportation, shipping, port structure, rail, highways, hydroelectric dams, that these types of essential infrastructure, for example, the government has the tools necessary to address what would be a disruptive process at those sites?
Attorney General.
Thank you. So I did already go over the existing tools for infrastructure, but, you know, we are always exploring new ways to make sure our infrastructure is protected. And I think that as I mentioned before, we have other tools in our toolkit with related to how to do that. I just want to bring it back to the purpose and the goal of this bill. On April 16th, 2024, there were protesters that harassed a grandparent picking up a grandchild from school in Surrey. In April 9th, 2024, the Freedom Party of BC were protesting out of a school and chanting to kids and blocking their access to school. The purpose and the construction of this is something that I think we can all agree on, is that we need to protect kids when they are accessing their educational facilities. It's very specific. I went into great length, and then one of the members raised a protest that was with the Talmud Torah Association on school grounds, another example of kids that were trying to access their environment hate-free. I think we can all agree that this is something that we would support and that we need to stand behind, and the tool of this bill is constructed to just do that. It's to protect kids when they're showing up in school, and parents, I think across the province, were asking us for this type of tool. And so that's the purpose of why we brought this bill forward, and every single provision in this bill is directed towards that.
Member.
Madam Chair, just I think we've reached the point at our committee discussion where, the Attorney General has tried to bring back the discussion to the original objective. I think it was helpful to hear that again from the Attorney General. But I do think, just to facilitate us through Clause 1, at this time I would propose an amendment that is something that the member for Coquitlam-Larville and myself would like to propose around faith-based community spaces and ethnocultural community spaces, as well as essential infrastructure from my perspective. Can I just hand those over to you now?
Can you please move it and then speak to the amendment?
Okay. I move in Committee of the Whole on Bill 22, initial Safe Access to Schools Act, to amend as follows Clause 1. And do you want me to read out the entire amendment?
Yes, please.
That we would add the underlying text as shown. A definition of essential infrastructure means any of the following: a controlled area, installation, manufacturing plant, marketing plant, pipeline, processing plant, refinery, road or road access. B, a railway, structural facility or track. C, a hydro development or power plant. D, power plant. D, an agricultural operation. E, a public utility. F, a electric utility. G, a gas utility. H, a coal processing plant. I, a radio apparatus, including its antenna systems. J, a dam. K, a building, structure, device, or other thing prescribed by the regulations. Ethnocultural community spaces, any facility considered by an ethnocultural community to provide educational activities for children or youth. Faith-based community spaces, any facility considered by a religious place of worship where educational activities for children or youth are provided. Ferry means any vessel and has the same meaning as in Section 1 of the Transportation Act. Highway means a public street, road, trail, lane, bridge, trestle, tunnel, ferry landing, ferry approach, and any other public way or any other land or improvement that becomes or has become a highway by any of the following and has the same meaning as in Section 1 of the Transportation Act. Terminal means the buildings, fixtures, docks, wharves, ramps, landings, approaches, ways, offices, and other improvements and facilities other than land or a ferry, necessary for or incidental in the operation or incidental to the operation of ferry, shipping, and related services, and has the same meaning as in Section 1 of the Transportation Act. Transportation includes transportation by land, water, or air, and has the same meaning as in Section 1 of the Transportation Act.
Thank you. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Chair. Would you like another copy? Okay. So in view of the discussion we've been having with the Attorney General, I think I can summarize on behalf of the member from Coquitlam-Larville and myself, when we're looking at faith-based community spaces and ethnocultural community spaces, that in our view, that it's much needed to expand the application of safe access for vulnerable children and youth to the activities that they take part in these spaces, that the bill in its current form is too narrowly defined in the ways that the Attorney General has responded to our numerous questions, and that there is a need to expand the definition section of this Clause 1 in order to bring on and consider other amendments in Clause 2 of the bill, which would provide for an additional access zone for protection for ethnocultural and faith-based community spaces. And so we've seen the need to ensure where in these spaces educational programs or extracurricular activities take place, that these places are just as important as the places that are currently referred to as defined under the school as a facility. And I would actually say, Madam Chair, I would invite the Attorney General, after I'm finished speaking to this motion for amendment, to also report back, because I realize as I'm speaking here now, that there is a question that I did ask at the tail end of committee on Thursday before we broke. And I would appreciate the answer from the Attorney General in respect of religious institutions and the track that I was drawing through the Independent School Act in reference to that. So perhaps, and I think it's relevant, of course, to the motion that we are seeking to amend for this definition to be included. I would also then just say that, of course, as I've just had the discussion with the Attorney General, I also am submitting that it's important to amend the definition section of this bill to include a definition of essential infrastructure as I spelled out, which includes highways, terminals, and transportation in the way referred to in the Transportation Act, because of the critical nature of these transportation hubs and networks to this province, that if any interruption by disruptive protest needs more than just a reactive instrument by government, whether by injunction or otherwise, but needs to set the tone and the signal to any of the groups that might seek. Again, in terms of where protest ought to occur, there is plenty of opportunities and plenty of spaces that have been made available. But I think it's important when we talk about essential infrastructure that those are not the places for which there should be protest, disruptive in nature, because it shuts down the province in key areas when we're talking about our transportation supply chains and, again, supplies for key medical and health-related needs for individuals and others. I mean, I say, right, when there was a protest at the George Massey Tunnel of some sort, if there's an emergency where we're trying to get an ambulance or reply to a 911 call, other than the challenges with the existing system, I'm just talking about in response to a protest blocking those ways. We can't afford as a province to allow that to happen. So this is an important signal that you should not be protesting at these areas of essential infrastructure. That's why this bill is an important signal for that as well, and that's the reason why we're proposing this amendment.
Thank you, member. We will now take a brief recess while we examine the amendment. Members, I call the committee back to order, and the amendment is not in order. So if we can continue on with clause, oh, it goes beyond the scope of the bill, sorry. So if you would like to continue with questions and debate on clause 1. Just for reference, I'll let you know where it is. Yes.
Of that ruling.
Okay, in chapter 10, on page 250, it outlines the rules of admissibility regarding amendments. And number 1 is irrelevant or beyond the scope of the bill. And our legal counsel has suggested that that is beyond the scope. The bill provides protecting access in schools, to schools. So that's the scope that the bill is being dealt with. Member.
I appreciate that I understand the ruling, meaning I acknowledge that there has been a ruling made. The bill itself, though, that may address the attempt to include essential infrastructure in this bill for the reasons that I've indicated from the official opposition, the need for that. The other aspect, though, that we've been speaking about in terms of educational activities, extracurricular activities for children and youth in the last part of this motion to include a definition for ethnocultural community spaces and faith-based community spaces, does deal with the types of activities that are dealt with in schools. Having said that, Madam Chair, you've made your ruling. I appreciate that. So I would suggest that we continue with, as we would, go back to clause 1. And I would still like to hear the response from the Attorney General to my previous question, which is relevant to my amendment, as I mentioned, and hear the response relating to religious spaces and independent schools.
Attorney General.
Okay, so I'm just going to answer the member's question from Thursday. So I think this question really underlies the complexity of our educational system and the various pieces of legislation that govern and what led into the construction of this bill. So first of all, it's clear under our bill that in order to be determined that this applies, you have to be an educational authority, and that includes an independent school authority. The member last time mentioned the Independent School Act, which is just one of three, I think at least three statutes that would speak of the process to not only become an independent school act, but also an education authority. And those pieces of legislation underline some process that organization has gone through to become an educational authority, which I think I mentioned quite a few have in BC. So we have the Vancouver Talmud Torah Association, Vancouver Hebrew Academy Society, Richmond Jewish Day School Society, Satnam Education Society of BC, the Guru Nanak Educational Society of BC, the BC Muslim Association. These are just a few that have gone through the process of becoming an educational authority that is held under various pieces of legislation. And that education authority must deliver an educational program, which is an organized set of learning activities that would normally be provided to K-12 students at the school. So it's not a matter of the organization making its own determination or declaration that it wishes to be called a school. In our province, there is a process in our laws that establish what is an educational authority and what isn't, and therefore what this bill would apply to.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be able to ask another question as a follow-on, and then I'm going to turn it back to the member from Coquitlam-Larville. She has some additional questions on Clause 1, and then hopefully consider another amendment as well to Clause 1. But I may need to pick this up again with the Attorney General in Clause 2, depending on timing here. But I just would point out and maybe the Attorney General has a quick answer to this, but when I look at Bill 22, though, independent school authority means an authority as defined in Section 1.1 of the Independent School Act. The Attorney General made reference to the fact that there are three, I think she said, Madam Chair, three pieces of legislation that could govern here. But there's only one that's referred to, though. So are there two other statutes that need to be brought into this bill? Is that what the Attorney General is saying, or I'm a bit unclear about her response? If she could just clarify.
Attorney General.
Okay, so I just want to explain the answer. So no, there are no additional amendments that are needed, but it's very complicated, and I'll explain it more. So under the definition of education authority, there are independent school authorities, and then it's a First Nation. You could have a First Nation that has an independent school authority, or some of these could be independent schools along with a member of the other categories that are listed under educational authority. So generally speaking, what I was referring to is that an independent school authority can be governed by multiple legislation depending on what category they may be in because of the complications in the differences over time of how the legislation is developed around different categories of schools in the province.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have to run to another room, but I would say that I still see, though, the definition saying is an authority defined under sections 1 sub 1 of the Independent School Act. So that definition is presumably a combination of independent school as defined under the Independent School Act, which does refer to a public school, a First Nation, all of that, right? So what the minister just referred to, for example, First Nations jurisdiction and education in British Columbia, that is actually referred, well, actually it says it's not included in this. So it says, but does not include a school operated by a treaty First Nation or a school operated by a participating First Nation. I'm now more confused when I look at that versus the authority, which is a general definition. So I'm at this part. I'm just going to ask the Attorney General to clarify one more time, because I think she's referring now to you need to look at the definition of independent school as defined under the Independent School Act, because that's what the words say here, right? And the word authority. So when you combine those two together, I still see things that are being accepted, including a school that solely offers religious instruction, which probably does mean to the member from Coquitlam-Lardville that the Attorney General's initial answer, which was that to those religious community leaders that it doesn't actually apply, is actually correct, because independent school does not mean a school that solely offers religious instruction. So I invite the member to continue to engage with the Attorney General about this point, as she certainly understands it as well as I do. So I will ask the Attorney General to clarify one more time and turn it over to my colleague, the member for Coquitlam-Lardville. Thank you.
On clause 1. No. I apologize, he ran out the door. I thought he was finished, just was making a final comment. Attorney General.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've identified the confusion and happy to clarify. So the definition of independent school authority is, as the member suggested, in the Act, but I think a key phrase is missing that is part of the definition of an independent school authority, and that is that it does not include a school that solely offers religious instruction, solely offers language instruction, or solely offers a program of social culture activities. And maybe that clarifies the confusion.
Recognizing the member from Coquitlam-Lardville.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the clarification in terms of the qualification, as the member, the attorney just read it out. But it doesn't change the fact that we're talking about vulnerable children, right? So the principle, which is what I think this decision is about, is the principle of it is that children should be protected from harassment and intimidation, which is what the Attorney General started her comments with, and I wrote very specifically because I thought she said it very eloquently, that when parents send their kids to school, they expect them to be free from intimidation and harassment, that an educational environment should be a safe place, that children should have access to education given their vulnerable status. And yet we've had some discussion about what constitutes school, what constitutes freedom to access an educational opportunity given the vulnerability of children. And so those are, I think, really good principles to have when making these sorts of decisions. But I think some of the frustration and the concern that we have, certainly that I have, and I know that the member from Vancouver-Langara has, is that it's not broad enough to recognize that there are children who get educational opportunities, educational experiences elsewhere in our communities, and that they should be protected as well, and that isn't being considered at all. So I'd like to propose an amendment to Bill 22, Safe Access to Schools Act, to Clause 1, by adding under the underlying text as shown, ethno-cultural community spaces, any facility considered by an ethno-cultural community to provide educational activities for children or youth, and faith-based community spaces, any facility considered by a religious place of worship where educational activities for children or youth are provided. Do you want to pass that?
Would you like to speak to the amendment?
Sorry. I did, Madam Chair, but again, I will reiterate that, this is really about, from the principle of what the Attorney General is saying and the value that she has spoken so well about in terms of protecting children. I provided the example of the Coquitlam Library that provides an educational opportunity for children, and yet had to deal with a vitriolic protest that hurled horrible things at small children, the community, the only way that the community could respond was by coming out en masse and creating a barrier, a physical barrier, but a people barrier, so that those children would be protected because they're vulnerable, and we felt that the children should have access to an educational program. And so I do hope that the Attorney General will recognize the importance of protecting children in these other spaces, so that they too are not exposed to hate and to intimidation and harassment.
We will take another brief recess. Thank you. I'll call the committee back to order, and having a chance to review the amendment and consider the members' comments on what she's proposing to add to Bill 22, I'll note that the bill's scope as adopted at second reading is limited to access zones around schools, as the term school is defined in the bill, and therefore the amendment is beyond the scope of the bill and out of order. So we'll go on now to Clause 1. Any more comments, questions? Recognizing the member from Surrey White Rock.
Thank you. Just on a clarification on the amendment there, so it was beyond the scope basically because it was unencompassing the school act, is that correct?
It's as school is defined in the bill itself. Recognizing the member from Coquitlam-Maillardville.
Okay, so that's, I'll say disappointing. I appreciate the ruling, and it suggests to me that government is missing a whole part of our community in terms of how to address the fact that children, a vulnerable population, is being exposed and risks being exposed to harassment and intimidation by adults who have a certain bugaboo of whatever it might be that potentially can harm children. And I think to how, you know, bubble zone legislation started around abortion access, and I'm sure that the chair recalls that, to protect women, vulnerable women, and making sure that they had access to care. Then we saw it again in COVID-19, making sure that people had access because protesters potentially could block their access to health care. The Attorney General and government have decided that children in schools should also have their rights protected so they can access education, but somehow it doesn't seem to be either that important that ethno-religious groups have access to their buildings, whether it's for education purposes, for religious purposes, for social purposes, and we certainly haven't seen anything dealing with post-secondaries and their requirements for, I will argue, children on post-secondary campuses to also have the right to access their education, given that we are seeing protests today that are limiting children from getting to their classes because people, the right to, while I believe in people's rights to protest and to make their concerns known, the right to block access, to intimidate and to harass seems to be the flavor du jour for many, and yet there doesn't seem to be any appetite from government to address this in any significant way other than to say, well, you should just call the police. And I've read into this record that police have stood by and watched, certainly at UBC, when a family couldn't access a program on UBC campus, and it was only when they were asked for help that people were moved away. So again, it's just this responsive. Doesn't seem to be much appetite to prevent these sorts of things, but rather to use other tools, which actually make the onus on the victims here, those who are being harassed and intimidated, to find their voice, which is really hard to do when you're feeling victimized. I have one more story to read into the record, just to put a point on this. A young woman going to Langara, who was very anxious about being in school, just in general, and there were protests inside the hallways of the school, to the point where she was in the washroom and she felt she couldn't get into the hallway to get to her class because the crowd with I'll say keffiyehs, masks, so she couldn't see who it was, and she's a young Jewish girl, and she could not leave the bathroom for 40 minutes to get to her class because she was afraid and intimidated. And the response from the school in this case, because she went and complained, was, well, we've now hired a Jewish counselor that would help you. That wasn't going to help this young woman, young girl, vulnerable girl, get to her class. And so what I expect to see is some more action that makes sure that everybody has the ability to access an education. Even if it's not legislated that you have to go to school, you're choosing to go to school, you should still have the right and the freedom to access your education. Madam Chair, I have a couple of more questions on Section 1 that I'm hoping the Attorney General will answer, and it's about this notion of interference. And I see that it talks about advising or persuading or attempting to advise or persuade, and it talks about a graphic, verbal, or written means. I'm wondering if she could just add some color to what interference means as it's written here, and perhaps provide some examples.
Attorney General.
Thank you. Happy to provide the member with some examples for interference, just to say that the behaviors that are prohibited are really, really in response to what we were seeing, but also complement each other to fill in different gaps. So the interference one could include attempting to dissuade a student from attending school, encouraging a parent or guardian to keep their children from attending school, or trying to convince a staff member not to participate in the delivery of an educational program.
Member.
Thank you. So would it include, I'll call it hate speech, name calling of children? Would it include labeling of children? Would it include describing acts that would intimidate or harm children in any way, traumatize children in any way, shape, or form?
Attorney General.
Thank you. So a lot of thought went into not only the definition that's included in interference as a member raises, but also, which we will get to, Section 2, that lists the prohibited behavior in an access zone. So you need to look at that in the context of what was designed to have an interplay between each of those sections to make sure that all the behavior was prohibited, up to the C, which is to participate in a protest in general. So if you look at D, I'm looking at Section 2, engage in interference. Interference is broadly defined to include graphics, verbal, or written means. And then also E is it listed there as intimidate or attempt to intimidate a person otherwise, or say anything that could reasonably be expected to cause concern for the person's physical or mental safety. The behaviors that the member described would be captured because of the way that those things interplay with each other and the broad scope of all of the ways they're put together, including just protests not being allowed in the access.
Member.
Thank you. Appreciate the scope. And so can the member certainly tell us why it's important to have this whole scope of behavior identified here in this bill?
Attorney General.
Yeah, so I think this was in response to something that we've talked about quite a bit over this debate, which is to keep kids safe when they're accessing educational programs. And it was in line with the behaviors that we were seeing on school grounds that we wanted to prohibit.
Member.
Thank you. Give me a chance to change the chair. So I appreciate that. And so really what I'm reading in this act is that children who are in a whole range of these kinds of schools, they deserve and are worthy of being protected from interference and intimidation, as the attorney describes. But children who are on other sorts of premises, doing other sorts of activities, perhaps not in a formal education setting as the one described here, they don't deserve the same sorts of protections. That's what I'm hearing, and I'm wondering if the attorney could speak to that.
Attorney.
I think I've had the chance to answer this question before in the discussion that we've had, which is that all kids, no matter where they are, deserve protection in our society. The debate that we've had and the message that I've been attempting to convey is that the right tool needs to be put at the right place, and this access bubble zone tool is a very specific one that we've canvassed over many. I don't know if hours at this time, but in our discussion, we've really dug deep into it, so I believe I've answered the question.
Recognizing the member from Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a couple clarifications for my sake. So in my riding, we have independent schools that are also associated very closely with places of worship, count about 3 or 4 specifically in the South Surrey area. So one example would be is that if one of the schools was using the facility at the time of the place of worship, the church, they were going in there, whether it was in a classroom setting or something else, or for physical activity, would this protection be covered under this piece of legislation?
Attorney.
Oops, sorry.
No. Attorney.
So I'm happy to speak with the member about specifics because it gets complicated with specifics, but I think what I will do is talk about the general construct again, about what the bill applies to or not. So if you're an educational authority, and that includes an independent school authority, and that does include a range of religious societies, including Guru Nanak Education Society of BC or the Sathnam Education Society of BC, and you are operating or offering educational activities to K to 12, and you under that educational authority, there's a power to enact by regulation an access zone or on school grounds and 20 meters around that parcel on school grounds. And that would be enacted during a specific period of time. So it's, I think it's like 8 till 6. Forgive me if I got that wrong, correct it. 7 to 6. And then also extracurricular activities. So if you're providing educational activities that are extracurricular of those hours in that access zone, then it's included. So I think there will be specifics that I'm happy to follow up with the member about his writing or specifics in writing, but that's the general construction of the bill. So there will be circumstances where extracurricular activities or by an independent school authority that's operating a K to 12 educational program through a religious organization is protected and can receive an access zone if needed.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I just for clarification and to the attorney, so if a member of that school was using that facility through their educational purposes, whether it was a field trip or a lot of these places are actually physically connected, right? So they're yards away. But for instance, if they are hosting, if that school is hosting, for instance, a movie night, which they do, quite a few movie nights with parents for educational purposes, whether it's 7, 8 o'clock at night, would that, and if that's residing in the faith-based center that's associated with the school, is the minister confirming that all that stuff would be covered off under this legislation as well?
Attorney.
Okay, so I'll give you the general application of the bill. So if it is on school grounds plus that 20-meter zone around it, And the member raised that a lot of religious independent schools have maybe religious activities around a school zone might be protected by that 20-meter buffer. So there's one possibility of that being included, but also if it's extracurricular school activities that are happening on that, in that access zone, then yes, it would be protected in the same way.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to the attorney, so I'll give an example. So if there is a session that, I know this to be true, one of the teachers from the independent school is giving instruction in one of the kind of the meeting rooms at one of the faith-based centers that is, I wouldn't say it's 20 meters in width, it's a little bit probably farther out than that. But they're giving instruction to kids that are attending that independent school. Would this legislation protect them from what we're discussing here today?
Attorney.
Yeah, so there could be many scenarios as the member describes, and I spoke about the construction of the bill, but there's also something that I haven't mentioned in this debate anyway, which is that there also is regulatory power for the government to design something specific to the circumstances. So you can imagine that there would be different scenarios and different circumstances that could be addressed through regulation.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to be honest, I think that's what the amendment was for, right? For some of the situations that we're talking about today. So if somebody is getting educated by a faculty member at like a lot of, whether it's White Rock Christian, whether it's Good Shepherd, whether it's Star of the Sea, all these places have sometimes K-12, and then by an extension, there's a place of worship, right? And sometimes they're within 20 meters, sometimes they're past 20 meters. So my question, maybe I'm just not hearing the answer properly. So I'm asking if there is a faculty member teaching in that area of the place of worship, is that encompassing this legislation that we're discussing today? So if this person is going in there and educating, whether it's on religious studies or something else, is this included?
Attorney.
Yeah, so I want to make it really clear that this is centered around schools. And I think I've said that, like, that this is a school-specific one, but I want to speak specifically to sections that will help the member, I think, understand where the flexibility is or where the application is of the specific access zone. So Section 4 sets out the exact kind kind of, I guess, geographical layout of an access zone. So subject to subsection 2, an access zone for schools includes the parcel in which the school is located and the area that extend 20 meters from the boundaries of the parcel. And then the regulatory power that's included in section 8, subsection D, provides that, okay, where am I here? The class of schools and specifying different areas. So the regulatory power would allow the regulation to address specific issues. It's hard for me to list every single possibility of every school and issue that's on the ground in this time without a real analysis of all the legal authorities or what's happening. But those are kind of the way it's constructed. So there's a geographical zone under section 4 that's tied to a school or 20 meters around. And then there's a regulatory power under 8 for specific regulations related to that.
At this time, I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. Back to order on Bill 22, Clause 1, recognizing the member from Coquitlam-Maillardville.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Perhaps I can follow up on my colleague from White Rock with his description, because I do think it is important to understand when is a building considered a school, because I think here, this bill in front of us talks about school grounds and then the 20-meter barrier around school grounds. But we know that in some instances, an educational opportunity takes place outside of school, of the traditional school grounds. So I'm thinking about the member for Vancouver-Langara has in his riding King David High School. And across the street and on the other side of the block is the Jewish Community Center. And I know that a lot of programs happen on behalf of King Edward High School, but happens actually in the Jewish Community Center, which is well more than 20 meters away. It's a completely different property, but they have a relationship to use some of the facilities there for their educational programs. And I think the question that the member from White Rock was asking in his community, which is, it's a similar situation, is it the school activities that get protected, that get this buffer zone, or is it just the physical school?
Minister.
Okay, thanks. So it's tied to the school. So Section 4 of the Act makes it pretty clear about the parcel of the school and an area that extends 20 meters. Now, and I think we had a pretty big discussion before about why, when you're balancing constitutional rights like political expression, you have to be very cognizant of when you do it and how you do it and the timing of it and the description of behavior. So if it was, which we talked about, if it was around a community center and it was content neutral, which is what this is designed to be, so the government's not weighing against with content neutral construction. But there are circumstances where you may see that there is a grounds that's a school grounds where there's like a religious facility very close to that or in proximity, where it could be, the access zone could be designed if it's part of the school activity and the extracurricular school activities, the access zone could be designed to encompass that. But you'd have to be thoughtful in doing that because of the concerns that we canvassed quite a bit about the content neutral nature of the access zone and the balancing of political expression. So if it was around, like an example, a community center, then what you would essentially be saying is community members couldn't go protest, like for example, in my city, the park board and how they feel about having a level of government. So you're always balancing these different things. So it's tied to the school, it's tied to the parcel of the school, but there's flexibility and regulation to think about what an access zone could look like for that particular either independent school authority or school zone.
Member.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding correctly, it looks like we're protecting our schools and not necessarily our children. Because that depends on where our children are. They don't just hang out in our schools. And so I'm thinking of another example in Coquitlam where we have a school and it was built purposefully attached to a community center. And there's no gym in the school because it uses the gym of the community center. It was about being efficient. It was about government using its limited resources efficiently and sharing facilities, sharing parking lots, sharing resources in order to create a safe place for our children. But here we have a piece of legislation that is carved so tightly that only the schools would be protected. But if the children, like in this case, this is a public school that shares land with the community center, if I'm understanding correctly, like they are adjacent, like they are, I think there's actually a corridor that attaches them, that if the children are over on the community center side doing their educational learning, they're not protected by this act, but if they're on the school side, they are. And I'm wondering if the attorney could just help me understand that example.
Attorney.
So this is designed to protect children and staff in actually quite an extraordinary way around schools that we all value in terms of having the staff, the kids, and parents understand and have assurance that when they drop their kids off at school and when they show up at work, when their kid is there all day, that they're not being targeted by adults that are there to protest and send disturbing messages to them. So this is actually quite a sign of how much we care about children and education. As I mentioned before, this is a school-specific protection, so it's schools and 20-meter buffer zone. And as the member knows, having been involved in these discussions many times, when the regulation is enacted, it gives the authority of those decision makers to look specifically at that location, that incident, that site, design it in a way that makes sense for that location, and take the advice about what the parcels are, what the location is, what the issues are in that site, and make a decision appropriately.
Member.
Thank you. We were doing a little bit of rock, paper, scissors over here to see who was going to ask the next question. I appreciate the intent of this legislation, Madam Chair. I think it really is about protecting children. But let's also be clear, children their learning environment isn't just a physical building or the land that the school is on. Children go out and do learning in numerous places, and not all schools are designed like when I went to school, which was, you know, you had your school, you had the building, and then you had the grounds for play around, and you had your gym, and you had an auditorium, and you had all the pieces that went in school in every single school. Schools are designed differently now, and oftentimes there are shared facilities. And so I think any legislation that is being written here should recognize that those designs are changing. We also know that independent schools operate very differently because they are built on typically donor dollars to build the capital that's needed to build a school. So they share facilities. So children that deserve our protection, I absolutely 120% agree with the Attorney General. All of these children deserve protection, but their learning doesn't always happen in the physical building called the school. They will often go to their gurdwara or to their church or to their synagogue for part of their lesson, for part of their learning. Or they might go to the community center. Or in the case in Coquitlam, there's actually a school built with a community center on the same piece of land. Technically, the community center belongs to the city, the school belongs to the school board, but they share resources because they have been asked by government to do that. And so here we are as government making laws that I think we should understand how it's protecting the children, not just the school. And I'm wondering if that is part of what the Attorney General is thinking about as she reflects on what the next steps of this legislation might look like.
Attorney.
The only thing that I'll add from my previous response, which I think covered the member's question, is that once we get to section 4(2), which is in the bill, it talks about multi-use buildings. And everything that I mentioned before stands in response to that question.
Thank you. So I'm wondering, because multi-use building is in the definitions in clause 1, I'm wondering if the attorney could give us a more fulsome description of how she understands multi-use building.
Attorney.
Okay, so I'm just going to walk through the kind of complicated nature of this definition in relation to Section 4. So what it's not intending on doing is the definition of multi-use is to define it. Its intended purpose for drafting purposes is the inclusion of this definition is to ensure that in an instance where a school and a school parcel and the educational authority has decided to lease out a portion of that school to something else, that it doesn't trigger that whole school parcel becoming a multi-use building. Now, the reason that's important is because of Section 4. You can see Section 4.2, there is information there that sets out how you describe an access zone for a multi-use building. So by excluding this scenario where it's just one small part of a school ground that's being leased either to a nonprofit or something else, it doesn't make the whole site a multi-use building. So that's the reason for the inclusion of that definition. So it's clear about what is a multi-use building in the application of Section 4 with an access zone.
Member.
Thank you. I appreciate the member's attempt to describe a very complex definition and the reason why. And the reason why I asked the question is because when I read 4.2, it says if a school is in a multi-use building, meaning if a school is in a community center, that's how I read it. The access zone for the school covers the following areas. And so I'm actually finding it very difficult to understand the context of the multi-use building language. So that's what's not clear to me as I read this. It's like trying to understand whose building are we talking about? Are we talking about the school's building? Are we talking about somebody else's building where the school rents facilities from another an operator? Because a school isn't its buildings. A school is an entity where children get their education, and I'm thinking of a school that might actually be located in a place of worship. It's a multi-use building, but the school is located in somebody else's building. So I'm just trying to understand how this distinction is made.
Division has been called in the chamber. This committee is now at recess until after we're completed in the chamber Order on Bill 22. You haven't answered. We're still waiting. Back to order. Okay. Recognizing the Attorney General.
Okay, so the general basis of the legislation is to ensure that it covers educational authorities that are delivering educational programs on a parcel of land. So if we start with that as the basis for what is captured and what isn't captured, parcel could be rented or leased. And then you go to section 4, where it talks about the two ways that it could be covered. One is by an access zone, where the parcel plus 20 meters in subsection 1, or 2 is as if it's a multi-use building, and how you would define the access zones and the exits and entrances from that building. So there are going to be a whole bunch of fact scenarios. It would be fact specific, which would be impossible for me to comment on specific applications, but the general thrust is that. So if it is an independent school in a multi-use building, and it follows everything that I said, it's an educational authority delivering educational programs on a regular basis at that location, then it should find its place within the powers of an access zone.
Recognizing the member from Vancouver Langara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I understand the Attorney General's response, she's putting weight on the definition of school, meaning a facility or part of a facility operated by an education authority at which students receive instruction in an educational program. Because when I look at multi-use building definition, it does not include a building that is used for activities in addition to the provision of an educational program and extracurricular school activities if the use of the building for those additional activities is authorized by the educational authority that provides the educational program. So I would just like the clarity that we're talking about when we see it applied in 4.2 here in this Bill 22. So we're saying a school is in a multi-use building, but that multi-use building does not include a building that is used for activities in the provision of an educational program or extracurricular activity. So just wanting to get the clarity from the Attorney General about what seems to be a disconnect in the definition and the application of 4.2.
Attorney.
Okay, so we discussed this previously, that the definition there of multi-use building that the member read out is a legislative drafter necessity for legislative drafting, because you'll see under 4 that there are two types of access zones under 4 section 1 and 2. And one is if it's a school parcel, if it's all the constructs of that, how that's constructed, or 2, if it's in a multi-use building. So you see those two options. What the definition of multi-use building does, which is not a full definition, it's more an exclusion, is makes clear that in an instance where, let's say, there's a school parcel with a school authority or educationally operating school activities on that grounds, but they happen to lease out a portion of that to a nonprofit or something else, it does not make it a multi-use building. So it's excluding that scenario from the type of access zone that would be constructed. So either it's under 1 or 2.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the definition multi-use building, when it says does not include a building that is used for activities in addition to, we're now saying that this is, first of all, activities that are not related to Well, I mean, maybe that should be clearer then, because it's in addition to, doesn't mean that those uses are not educational or extracurricular in activity so the chosen words by the legislative drafter is in addition as opposed to not related to, for example. Does the Attorney General not see the need for clearer words here to be clear? Because it's unclear on his face.
Attorney.
Just to explain that the reason for the multi-use building definition is preventative. It's preventative in the sense where if educational authority authorizes an activity that's beyond an educational program, extracurricular school activity, like I mentioned, if a part of that parcel is leased out, that it prevents it from being unable to avail itself from Section 4.1, which is access zone of the parcel of the school land and 20 meters around the boundaries of that parcel. Because it's clear that it's not a multi-use building in that scenario.
Member.
So, Madam Chair, we are taking the opportunity and the time to walk through this because in the proceedings of this committee stage, we have moved two amendments to broaden the scope of this legislation to apply to faith-based gathering places and ethnocultural community spaces. And before that, essential critical infrastructure. So I understand, I acknowledge that the rulings from the clerk's office with their legal counsel is that those are beyond the scope of this bill. And I do think that there's an emphasis on the title to this bill and the purpose. We've been talking about the explanatory note. I would say again that when we're talking about protecting access to schools by authorizing the Lieutenant Governor to establish access zones around schools, disrupting the provision of educational programs or extracurricular school activities, that we've been saying that it should be broadened because those sorts of educational programs or extracurricular school activities takes place not just in schools as defined under this act, but also in ethnocultural community spaces and faith-based gathering places. So with the narrow definition, let's say, of this bill and the narrow application of the bill that the Attorney General is indicating, that it doesn't cover religious faith-based gathering places and it doesn't cover ethnocultural community spaces, that does leave some considerable amount of concern from those community leaders that this Attorney General and this government's been hearing from that she acknowledged. So here we have an opportunity, though, to get what remains of the narrow application of this bill, the definition of multi-use building. So I understand that the member from Coquitlam-Larville has given several examples of how this might apply. And so just again, to get the level of clarity, because I think it's important, the Attorney General is saying that because a school is defined the way it is, it does mean part of a facility operated by an education authority at which students receive instruction in educational programs. So if there is part of a multi-use building, a building that is used for multi-uses, that building itself is a facility that is operated by an education authority at which students receive instruction in educational program. Can I just stop there, just so we have that level of clarity, that the Attorney General is suggesting for the record that the way to interpret this bill is that a school as defined in Clause 1 of this bill includes a multi-use building that is used for educational, as long as it's operated by an education authority at which students receive instruction in educational program. That means that multi-use building is covered within this bill. Is that correct?
Attorney.
Yes, excuse me, it can include a multi-use building, and there are provisions in section 4 about that.
Member.
Okay, so that's the reason why we have 4.2, which says if a school is in a multi-use building, the access zone for the school covers the following areas. And so that access zone then covers in sub 2, 20 meters from each entrance to each entrance to an exit from the building. And we're talking here about the multi-use building. Is that correct?
Attorney.
That's right, subsection 4.2 is describes if a school is located in a multi-use building, the type of access zone.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The application of this bill, which the definitions are important to understand, is when we get to areas around Clause 2.1, and I have indicated to successive chairs that there is an interplay between the definition section and the access protected provisions under Clause 2. So, for example, when I look at Clause 2.1, the prohibition is around a person must not, in an access zone for a school, as we've been going through, which includes part of a multi-use building, as the Attorney General has confirmed, disrupt the provision of an educational program or extracurricular school activity. So we know that when students at King David High School, located on 41st near Oak in Vancouver, go to do their extracurricular activities at the gym in a multi-use facility, a multi-use building at the Jewish Community Center at 41st and Oak, whether it's after school or during school, that is an extracurricular activity. So when I go back to the definition of school, though, school doesn't include extracurricular activity, the definition itself. It only includes education program. So by my reading of this bill, in the answers that the Attorney General has provided to date, those students, as they cross the parking lot to go from King David High School, they cross a block through the parking lot of Jewish Community Center, they enter the Jewish Community Center itself, and they go to the gym. They're not protected. Is that what this Attorney General is indicating? That extracurricular activities themselves are not protected because of the definition of school in a multi-use building?
Attorney.
Okay, so I'll take it back to the construct of the powers that are in the bill. So if the educational authority is operating an educational program, and it's delivered even including extracurricular school activities, then it's something that could be covered by an access zone. Without knowing the very, very specifics of the scenarios, and I encourage the particular school to reach out to us if we want to talk about it. It depends on the relationship with the center, what is a parcel, what the makeup of that fact specific scenario is. But what is captured is an educational authority that's delivering educational programming to K to 12 students, and that could include and does include extracurricular school activities as well. So.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is more than just a one example, of course. I think there's going to be numerous examples that we could work through that are descriptive in nature in terms of types of extracurricular activities that occurs. So here, the example I'm giving is a community center that is nearby but not in the same building as the school, across a parking lot, where there certainly is a gymnasium, there certainly is a theater, and there's certainly a dance studio. So there are three types of activities, extracurricular in nature, that could be occurring there. And in fact, there's a swimming pool. So there's four, at least four. So we're talking about a gymnasium, basketball, floor hockey, other activities. We're talking about a dance studio for dance, after school extracurricular activities. We're talking about theater, which includes musical theater or other forms of theater in the Norman Rothstein Theater, and as well as swimming in the swimming pool, competitive swimming or otherwise. So I think those are four examples of extracurricular activities that are taking place. When I look at multi-use building, first of all, we see the use of the term multi-use building, and we see the term of the use school. So the multi-use building itself does not include a definition of activities, other than saying it doesn't include a building that is used for activities in addition to the provision of educational program and extracurricular school activities. So again, I have indicated earlier my view that in addition is unclear language, but then secondly, to this point, if we're talking about extracurricular school activities, it's not there in the definition of school. So I'm only looking at the definition of school, which only limits itself to receiving an educational program. This is in Clause 1, the definition of school. It means a facility or part of a facility operated by an education authority of which students receive instruction in an educational program. So I would have thought that to match up the coverage of access zones or areas protected under Clause 2, that it also should indicate to line up with the protection under Clause 2, Sub 1, Sub B, disrupt the provision of an educational program or extracurricular school activity. A school, as we're applying it to a multi-use building, includes an educational program, but it also includes an extracurricular activity. This is what is covered, presumably, in 2 Sub 1, but it's actually not covered in 4.2, because the school is the only term that's utilized there. So if a school is in a multi-use building, well, it wouldn't be in a multi-use building if it's only educational program. I'm saying, where's the extracurricular activity coverage? We're talking about a school that provides educational programs. I don't see a school that provides extracurricular activities. That's my concern. Extracurricular school activities. So, Madam Chair, through you to the Attorney General, where is extracurricular school activities covered when it takes place in a multi-use building?
Attorney.
Thank you. So for legislative drafting purposes, given the complexity of, excuse me, all the statutes in BC that cover educational programming and school activities, it was a drafting decision not to define extracurricular school activities because as a time-limited statute or bill, we didn't want to introduce any confusion into the rest of the acts where there is no definition for that. But we also wanted to make it clear that extracurricular school activities is an example of a time that we think rightly should be protected by an access zone. So if it's a school activity that's outside of the hours that are currently protected or protected during regular school hours, but it's a school activity that's related to, some examples, basketball or what might be happening, then you can create that access zone around those kids during those times that are outside of like normal school hours potentially. So that's why that term is used quite a bit throughout this bill. It will also say that during the regulation making time, that's when you would get specifics and advice related to that particular access zone that you were thinking or needed to enact for those particular reasons, where you could take into account the specifics of that school and the extracurricular school activities that may be at play.
Member.
Madam Chair, I struggle with the way this bill has been constructed. Again, we've talked about the circumstances, the needs on the street and in communities, but even if we're just talking about the narrow confines and application of this bill, the way this government has brought this forward, the Section 4 is what is included in an access zone. That's the title of this. And again, Madam Chair, we're going at the definition of multi-use building. And so this is where the clause of the bill deals with what an access zone around a multi-use building would be. Again, there's no mention of extracurricular activities. The only reason why we know, as the Attorney General is suggesting, that an educational program would be, that a multi-use building would be protected, is because the use of the word school. If a school is in a multi-use building, okay, fine. But the definition of school is a facility or a part of a facility operated by an educational authority at which students receive instruction in an educational program. So if they're only receiving instruction in an educational program, then fine. That multi-use building is covered because it's part of a facility operated by an education authority. Although that does raise another question that we will pursue when we have more time. What does it mean for a facility to be operated by an education authority? Is the Jewish Community Center, for example, a facility that's operated by an education authority? Don't think so. I don't think King David High School operates the Jewish Community Center. The Jewish Community Center is a separate board. So now we're talking about another way that this definition and application of this bill falls down. And so I think this government needs to take a very close look at the way this bill is constructed, because I appreciate that the Attorney General now is turning us back to the authority under Clause 3 of this bill, which is the Lieutenant Governor and Council, but that's the point. Why even have a bill? Just pass whatever orders that the government thinks it needs to pass. Don't tell anybody that you're doing it, right? I mean, why even have a bill if you're constructing things that you're going to fix later? Nobody in the community will have an understanding that you can get protection for your extracurricular activity that's taking place in a multi-use building operated by a school authority. The words don't say that. The words don't say that. So this is my concern. I don't see how this bill, and the way it's currently constructed, could actually be clear to any community that's trying to address their extracurricular activities taking place in a multi-use building, whether it's operated or not operated by the school authority. So this bill clearly has some problems. We'll be addressing this further in amendments that we'll continue to put forward in an effort to have this government clarify at least the narrowness of the bill that we're dealing with here now. it's narrow, it's quite narrow, for reasons that we've given, and we've tried to raise amendments in the committee stage to broaden the application of this bill. But even in the current confines of this bill, that we're talking about multi-use facilities now, off-site facilities, and I know the member from Coquitlam Larville has some further examples that are quite concerning about the lack of application of this bill. Again, I invite the Attorney General to address my concern. I don't see the words extracurricular activity in Clause 4. I don't, I think as much as the Attorney General wants to turn to Clause 2 that has the words extracurricular school activity, that is just, that's not saying what's actually the zone is. I mean, we want to know how to establish the zone, where the zone's going to be, and what activity around the zone are we speaking of in a multi-use building. So again, I'd ask the Attorney General to give us another further response to add some clarity to the way Clause 4 is constructed and the way it utilizes the term as defined in Clause 1, multi-use building.
Attorney.
Thank you. Again, the tools of the bill are to address harm to kids and staff operating educational programs, and the authorities are pretty clearly set out in terms of how they apply. So we really use the construction of other pieces of legislation, like the definition of education authority, the Independent School Act, all those things that are rooted, embedded in our educational system. And the definition of school pretty clearly says a facility or part of a facility that's operated by educational authority. And the definitions of education authority are also laid out pretty clearly in the Act. And that gives the clarity about when it applies and when it doesn't apply, along with the ability to respond in a very timely way through regulation if it's needed to enact it for that specific location based on what's happening on the ground. And with that, I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, it is gone. Where is it? Members, I'm going blank. Members, the attorney reports progress on, we move that we report progress on Bill number 22 and ask leave to sit again. All in favor? Aye. Any against? So moved. Thank you. This committee is adjourned.